They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's 30 Oysters who's barreling out for the lead. Tony O's up the inside. Then it's Big Rich and Cascade Cruiser. They're now second and third. Fifth place, Anointed Spirit to the inside of Wild Banker. And Street Cop Officers at the tail of the field as they take on that first turn. 30 Oysters has a lot of challenges right behind him. Big Rich is 3 wide. Cascade Cruiser outside of him, and Tony O at the fence. A margin of about 3 lengths to Street Cop Officer in fifth. Wild Bankers second last, 8 lengths off the lead, and then a length back to the trailer, and that is Anointed Spirit. First quarter mile, 25 and a fifth. They travel up the backstretch. Less than 5 furlongs to go. 30 Oysters doling out the fractions. Let's it out a notch. The lead's just about a length over Cascade Cruiser outside second. Big Rich, Blue Cap in third. Tony O in some tight quarters fourth. Street Cop Officer being acid and advancing a little bit into the top 4. 3.5 lengths off the lead. Wild Banker second last, and Anointed Spirit at the tail of the field. The half was in 49 and a fifth. They're on the turn. Cascade Cruiser's taken over from 30 Oysters. Big Rich throws his hat into the ring on the outside, up into second. Street Cop Officers in fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths to Wild Banker in fifth as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Big Rich to the outside of Cascade Cruiser. These two clash for the lead with 3/16 to go. Street Cop Officer to the outside of 30 Oysters. Third and fourth. Fifth place belongs to Wild Bankers. 16th to go. Cascade Cruiser reclaims that lead and opens up by a length and a half too. It's Cascade Cruiser in front. Big Rich second. Street Cop Officer third. Wild Banker fourth. They're all in the gate, and they're off, hop in the air at the start, signifying nothing. It's Nurse Bunny bounding out for the front end. Valentine Gift and Celtic Ledger. Celtic Ledger pokes the red blinkers in front as it's Sabby Sunset who's on the outside in third. Valentine Gifts towards the inside in second. It will be fun. Gets off the inside in fourth. A length and a half two to Nurse Bunny is 3 parts of a length in front of Signifying Nothing, and a half length to Classy West, who's now towards the inside of the back of the pack. Valentine Gift kicks on through towards the inside, gets that lead from Celtic Ledger. Sabby Sunset sweeps up to the outside third, now up in the second, contending for the top spot. It will be fun. Fouls that one on the outside from fourth up into second, looking good on the turn. It will be fun. Signifying Nothing from the back of the pack into the top 4. Classy West in fifth. Celtic Ledger drops back in sixth. Nurse Bunny trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. It will be fun. Comes off the turn, leading by a length and a half two over Sabby Sunset, who's all out in second. Many lengths back to Signifying Nothing. Valentine Gift, Classy West, and Nurse Bunny. 16th to go. It will be fun is going, gone. It will be fun. Victorious by about 5. Sabby Sunset second. Signifying Nothing gets third over Nurse Bunny. And they're off. Even dispatch. Lord King streaks out for the front. Instant Success, shorts in the winter, second and third. Savage States in fourth, and 3 lengths to Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, who's at the back of the pack. The favorite Lord King on top, the lead's a half length. Instant Success makes a bit outside in second. Shorts in the winter towards the inside third, a length back to Savage State in fourth, and a space of 5 lengths to Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me at the back. First quarter mile, 22 and 2/5. On the turn, Lord King opens up by 2.5 over Instant Success in pursuit of the green blinkers in second. Shorts in the winter, blue blinkers third. Then it's Savage State. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me still at the back as they turn into the home stretch. Lord King in charge has the lead by 5 over Instant Success, and shorts in the winter second and third. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me is out of last and fourth. Will attempt to split rivals, but with the 16th to go, Lord King has got this race won. Lord King crushes. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me second. It's at 2:28 p.m. On the gate. And they're off. It's Rock Steady Babe sending up for the lead. Enterprisingly for the place on the outside of Gallipoli Girl. Then it's Wayward Queen and Fancy Footwork. A Larceny has taken up residency at the back of the pack as they wheel around the first turn. Rock Steady Babe has the lead by a neck over Gallipoli Girl, who's alongside in second. Enterprisingly is three deep. And then it is Wayward Queen in between horses. Fancy Footwork, nowhere to go at really at this point in time, with about 5.5 furlongs to go. And at the back, that is a Larceny as they travel up the backstretch. And it's Gallipoli Girl who has the lead. Rock Steady Babe counters up the inside. Still not much between these two. Enterprisingly is in the clear, 3 wide and third, a length off the lead. And then it's a gray, Fancy Footwork towards the inside in fourth. Wayward Queen nudged upon in fifth, 3 lengths off the lead, and 7 lengths back to a Larceny at the back. 3 furlongs to the winning line. Rock Steady Babe and Enterprisingly first and second with 2.5 furlongs to go. As it's Fancy Footwork who comes under a heavy ride in third, 4 lengths off the lead. Wayward Queen is next. Gallipoli Girl drops out of it, and a Larceny still trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch, and Rock Steady Babe opens up. Rock Steady Babe has a lead by 5 over Fancy Footwork is up the inside second, trying to cut into that margin. Enterprisingly's in third, 16th to go. It's Rock Steady Babe who leads by 2.5 over Fancy Footwork. Here comes the winning line. Rock Steady Babe wins by a length and a half. Fancy Footwork second. Enterprisingly. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Crescendo's Reign and Go Yoshida. These are the two quickest out of the starting gate. Then we got everyone else lining up, it seems like. It's Crescendo's Reign who leads this group into the turn, has a lead by a length and a half. Go Yoshida is in second. Jansen to the outside of him in third. Magny's tucked in along the inside fourth. Ialfgar's in fifth. Burn Notice 3 wide 6, 4 off the lead, and a gap of 4 lengths to Sanzio, who's at the back of the pack. Crescendo's Reign has a lead with 5.5 furlongs to go. The lead's a half length over Go Yoshida, who shadows that one outside second. And then it's Jansen, the white blinkers third. Magny tucked in along the inside fourth. Ialfgar in some rough running room along the in-between horses in fifth, 2.5, 3 lengths off the lead. Burn Notice 4 wide up the backstretch in sixth, and a length and a half back to Sanzio, who trails. The half was in 48 and a fifth, entry into the turn. It's Crescendo's Reign on top. The lead's a half length. Go Yoshida being asked the question second. Magny races in third, and then it's Jansen fourth, followed up by Ialfgar. Sanzio saves all the ground towards the inside, but 10 lengths off the lead, and Burnt Notice will have to circle up on the far outside of the back as they got 3/16 to go. Crescendo's Reign comes off the turn, leading by 3.5 lengths over Go Yoshida as a clear-cut second, many lengths back to Sanzio, Magny, and Burn Notice, but a no doubt about it winner here, Crescendo's Reign. Crescendo's Reign now 3 for 3 lifetime at Finger Lakes. Go Yoshida holds second, close for third, maybe Sanzio over Burn Notice. $3.52 the winning mutual, double $12.64, exactly $19.80. 50-cent try, $32.96, dime super, $20. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Courageous Ola hustled out for the lead. Sharp as flashing good early speed in second. And then it's Sutton Breeze, Saratoga Banker outside third and fourth. Nutsy, White Blinkers fifth, 7 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to Solo's Furies, a length and a half in front of Profitability at the back. 2 horses press to the pace, and the pace is hot. Courageous Ola and Sharp as their first and second. Saratoga Banker to the outside of Sutton Breeze, their third and fourth. 3.5 lengths to Nutsy fifth. Profitability outside 6. Solo's Fury had the check at the back and about 11 lengths off the lead. Courageous Ola, Sharp as, joined by Saratoga Banker, improving on the outside. Sutton Breeze right behind Courageous Ola and 4-3 off the lead. And then it's Profitability, 6 off the pace, and Nutsy. They got 3/16 to go. Courageous Ola, Saratoga Banker looms large on the outside. Now up in the second, 16th to go. Courageous Ola, but it's Saratoga Saratoga Banker, who overhauls Courageous Ola. Nutsy late on the scene. Here's the winning line. Saratoga Banker wins. Nutsy second. 27th for our first free handicapping challenge of the season. Winner takes home $1,000 in cash. Top three finishers receive prize money. The challenge, they're all in the gate, and they're off. Good start. This time, yes. Sending out for the lead, Captain Jack Sparrow. Here's Skylar Starship. Nostalgia Smile and the yellow blinkers also in the firing line. Skylar Starship kicks on through towards the inside, gets the lead. Nostalgia Smile second. This time, yet, yes, content to sit in the third spot, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Prince of Dance outside of him in fourth. Captain Jack Sparrow mid-flight in fifth. A length and a half to Racer X to the outside of Newport Bridge. Then about 6 lengths to Manhattan Chrome, who trails. First quarter mile, 22 3/5. They're on the turn. Skylar Starship with 3 furlongs to go has a lead by a length. Nostalgia Smile prompting outside second. Captain Jack Sparrow has picked up a spot or two. Now up into third. This time, yes, will be stuck out wide with Prince of Dance. Racer X is maneuvered towards the inside and third last, and then it's Newport Bridge as they reach the top of the stretch. Skylar Starship, Nostalgia Smile, clash for the lead. Captain Jack Sparrow now late on the scene on the outside. Third, 3 across the track, 1 furlong to go, and Captain Jack Sparrow up into second, now challenging for the lead. Skylar Starship offering resistance. Captain Jack Sparrow surging late on the outside. Captain Jack Sparrow barely, I think, over Skylar Starship. Seventh race official, $11.34. The gate. And they're off. A glorious start. Allure of Money from an inside post going out for the lead. October Bliss. Mr. Einstein stalks in third. And then it's America's Justice and Whiskey Friends will be wide. Eric from Miami and Addie Sun's Dream near the back as they take on that first turn. October Bliss, Allure of Money has room towards the inside to contend for the top spot if he wants. And then it's Mr. Einstein, the white blinkers in third. Addie Sun's Dream behind rivals fourth. America's Justice, Black Cap outside fifth. Whiskey Friends Extreme outside sixth, 4 off the lead. And 2 lengths to Eric from Miami in the seventh and trailing position. First quarter, 24 2/5. October Bliss being asked to dole out the fractions here, has the lead by a length and a half. Allure of Money is up the inside. Mr. Einstein now up into a joint second. Addie Sun's Dream in between runners in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. America's Justice outside of him. Whiskey Friends still wide up the backstretch, 4 lengths off the lead, and a length and a half to Eric from Miami, who trails. The half in 48 3/5. Decent pace at the front end. October Bliss taken on by Mr. Einstein. They're clear by 3.5. Over Allure of Money and Addie Sun's Dream, third and fourth. And then it's Whiskey Friends, Eric from Miami, and America's Justice trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Mr. Einstein who gets that lead from October Bliss, and they brush it upper stretch. Allure of Money's in third and about 7 lengths off the lead. And then it's Addie Sun's Dream in fourth. They've got 1 furlong to go, and Mr. Einstein inching away from October Bliss. Allure of Money's on the outside, third in deep stretch. It's Mr. Einstein. Mr. Einstein give jockey Luis Perez 2 wins on the card. October Bliss second, Allure of Money third, close for fourth, Addie Sun's Dream. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Monday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast, 54 minutes to race 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, scratch number 3, John's in Charge. Number 3, John's in Charge, a scratch from the first. Second race, no changes, and no changes in race 3. Flip over to race number 4. In race number 4, scratch number 7, Aram Carliani. Number 7, Aram Carliani, a scratch from the 4th. Fifth race, scratch number 8, Grandma Gigi. Grandma Gigi, number 8, a scratch the 5th. Late work for number 7, well documented. Workout took place at Finger Lakes on July 15th, 4 furlongs in 51.10 breezing. Race 6, scratch number 1, King Lucky. Number 1, King Lucky, a scratch from race 6. Late work for number 6, Strongest Link. Workout took place at Finger Lakes July 15th, 4 furlongs fast surface, 51.10 breezing. 7th race, no changes in race 7. 8th and final, scratch number 4, My Gorgeous. Number 4, My Gorgeous, a scratch from the 8th and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Got about 52 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
Hey, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice, ready for another day of live thoroughbred action. We got to be thankful for the guys at RG&E and also our local maintenance guys right here at Finger Lakes, getting us up and running. We had that big storm the other day. Man, I think we had a microburst right here in Farmington, New York. We did lose power for a little while, but we're back up and running. Great job by everybody involved to get us going again today. But we got to look back on Wednesday. Seemed like a long time ago. That was our last day of live racing. Try to remember what happened last Wednesday. You had Charlie Baker. Man, that barn is absolutely on fire. There's a few barns right now that are just winning at a high percentage. He's one of them. Charlie Baker's been on fire. Dana Saul has been doing well. The Rachel Sells barn has been winning at a high percentage. Jeremiah Engelhard doesn't have that many in, but he still wins at a high percentage as well. So those are a few of the barns to keep an eye on. Even Louis Gutierrez had a double on Wednesday. So both Louis Gutierrez and Charlie Baker both did. Now keep in mind, Ray Lou rode for Lugu. Father-son connection worked out pretty well because Ray Lou had both of those wins. And Louis Perez with 2 wins on Wednesday card. Congratulations to everybody involved. Okay, fast racetrack today. Weather's been a little bit cooler since that storm that we had. Man, what was that, Saturday? Seemed like it just happened. I think I was driving to the gym in that storm. I couldn't see a thing. I mean, I don't know if everybody experienced that storm that we had here on Saturday, but good job by all getting us going again. And we got 8 races. The first race is a 5,000 claimer that goes 5.5 furlongs. We do scratch the 3 John's in Charge. Kind of a big scratch because that was one of the favorites, or would have been one of the favorites, got 5-1. But it really helps Mayhem at the Palace. Mayhem at the Palace, he comes off a victory. Now the question with Mayhem in the Palace is, did he just take advantage of a good pace and an off track that was really not favoring speed at all? And he came rolling late and got the victory. Now he did lose his race before as the favorite to Looking Super, who's in this race. So how I'm seeing this race is, I'm hoping that last race for Mayhem at the Palace is legit, that he's going in the right direction and that he could turn the tables on Looking Super. Now Looking Super's been as consistent as they come at the $5,000 claiming level. And he's a pretty versatile horse. He could lay close, he could sit back a little further. He's not really one to go to the lead, but he'll be close up. And you know, Stormin' Sammy's the speed on the outside, but Almond Cider's been sent pretty hard lately. That maybe it'll make things a little tougher for Stormin' Sammy. I guess if you're not back at Stormin' Sammy, you got to hope that, because Stormin' Sammy's fast. I mean, last time Stormin' Sammy was on the rail and benefited from being on the rail, even with other speed in the race. He's outside today, but might be quick enough if he outbreaks Almond Cider, who really isn't that fast. He could be dangerous, but if he softened up enough, Looking Super might be in the perfect position to get the victory. But I'm seeing the same 2 that ran 1-2 back on June 10th. But I got Mayhem at the Palace turning the tables on that one. Plus, he had a bad start that race. I guess you could give him a little bit of an excuse for Mayhem at the Palace. Sounds like a boxing term. You know, it's a palace in Las Vegas or something. Maybe not. Okay, Stormin' Sammy. The key to this race is the pace. And it is only 5.5 furlongs. Stormin' Sammy really woke up in a big way last time. Put away the other speed and just kept going. I mean, when he's on his game, remember he won a couple in a row last year, and he was good in the spring. I think it took him a little while to get his feet under him, and took advantage of a race that he was the inside speed. Well, he's not the inside speed today, but he might be the speed of the speed if he's able to, like I said, clear Almond Cider. So, again, that's the key for a horse like Double Shot. Double Shot, I'd like if it was 6 furlongs, if there was more pace showing. He's dropping in class. He's got a shot in here. Finalist maybe took advantage of a racetrack that was favoring his running style last time. He wants to go long. He's going to be better going long. But maybe he's going in the right direction. He could be sharper second time out. And again, if Almond Cider gets the lead, Stormin' Sammy doesn't get out well, I guess that's his shot. But that's how the first race looks. I'm going to go with a 5, 4, and 7 in race number 1. Stormin' Sammy, I notice, always takes early money. Somebody named Sammy who got stuck in the storm over the weekend. That makes sense. 5,000 maiden claimer going 5.5 furlongs. Really kind of narrowed it down to 2 horses here. I mean, Ann Molo and Runaway Roscoe ran together in a 5,000 maiden race a couple starts ago on June 10th. And you look at that race, and the winner was gone, was too good. And it seemed like Ann Molo was chasing, and I think it was a first-time starter that ended up winning the race. And what happened was Ann Molo got a little bit tired and didn't want to pass horses, and Andre Worry caught him at the wire, and got ahead of him. So I figure it's going to be those 2 again, just a different pace scenario. I mean, the race is not that tough. I mean, the speed comes from Pauper King. Not My Type showed speed, but it was one of those races where it just wasn't much speed in the race. And so he's a little dressed up from his last start. But at least he showed some signs of life. That's why I used him third. But I thought the other two kind of laid over the field in a sense. Ann Molo off the two in the money finishes. I think they need to be a little more aggressive with the horse because it doesn't seem like he wants to pass late. So the best cure for that, especially when you're the two posts and you don't have a horse with speed inside of you, Chicago Charlie doesn't have any speed, just be aggressive, hold the rail. And I can see Ann Molo doing that in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed, and that's the key to victory. Now, if they do rate the horse, it does bring Runaway Roscoe into the race, and maybe he can pass him late. Those two. Not My Type, maybe he's going in the right direction. I think he just took advantage of a paceless race that he was able to get the lead in. And the horse hadn't really shown any speed before, so it just kind of tells you that Oscar was a little more aggressive with a horse that doesn't have a lot of speed, and it worked out. He still got caught, though. But, Army Proud, it was a horse that I think had a layup, but just had a horse that had some back class, was running against tougher in his career, and just Army Proud proved to be best. I don't think he's going to get the same kind of trip today, but at least he showed some signs of life, and that's important in a race like this. I wouldn't take 5-2 on him, but maybe, just maybe, he got a little bit of confidence from that race and will be a big threat in race number 2. Popper King could be dangerous if he's able to make the front end, but he hasn't shown much. And at least he's getting closer. Maybe the fields are just getting easier. Nice and fourth. All right, third race. Third race, we have Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, Pick 3, and our midday Pick 4 starts in race number 3. You can narrow this one down too. The speed looks to come from the 1, Not Today Governor. My friend Jackie's going to be out there on the front. Percy is going to press, probably to help out stablemate Fast Amendment. Maybe that's what happened with Fast Amendment last time. Ferraro's pretty good at using the two stablemates together, and I've noticed that. He did it the other day where he sent one of the stablemates to help out the other one. I think that's the one that he owned. Now it's vice versa. The one that he owns looks like it's going to be the rabbit for the stablemate this time. And that's going to help Fast Amendment. Question is he better than Well Suited? Well Suited drops to 5,000. It just looked, and what I think is a better distance for him too. I mean, this horse, he's got some punch in a sprint, but he's also good going long. I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe 7 furlongs or a mile would be a sweet spot for a horse like this. But the big thing is he's dropping to 5. The question is, did the blinkers help? I'd like to see him take the blinkers back off when you're dropping to 5s, because now you don't know if it was the blinkers that helped or the drop in class. So that's one of my pet peeves. But I think at 5,000, it doesn't matter if he's got blinkers or doesn't have blinkers. But you see that a lot at Finger Lakes. It's tough for me as the handicapper. So I see certain barns do that. They drop to 5, and then they'll do an equipment change. Well, then you win the race. You don't know if it was the equipment change or if it was just easier competition. Pet peeve from mine, and it happens here at Finger Lakes more than other tracks. I think back in the day you couldn't do that without Stewart's permission off of a win, I think it was. I think the drop at class you could. Whitey, my friend Whitey Hettinger was a handicapper. He used to always yell at me for that one. Kind of miss him checking me when if I say something wrong. The 3 Tap Hit Easy really looked good in the route. I mean, I was wondering about the stretch out for this horse last time, and he proved that he could go long, and that's big. Now, off of the claim, he changed his trainer to Richard Schaefer, who claimed him from Sam Morales, and the horse hasn't done much wrong. I mean, the first start of the year was a 4th, and then a little sharper, he's hit the board the last 3 starts, including the route. So he might be able to get first run on a couple of these other ones, including Fast Amendment, who's the one that's going to be rallying late. I don't think you have to go too much deeper than that. I think Percy's going to be more of a rabbit. Again, Not Today Governor is going to be a speed threat. Depends on how this track holds front speed. But I'm going to go with the 263. Looks like that's what it is in race number 3. Not really going out on a limb in that one. Okay, fourth race we scratched the 7, Aram Killarney. I'm taking a shot here on a horse that never wins. I mean, he's a little bit of a price. They got the other Ronnie Breed horse as the favorite, and might be. The one thing with Thrills to No Bills, looks like she's going to get a pace to run at. I'm going to take a shot at Sugar Ride. I know that this was a horse that just did not have any finish to her. It just does not finish, and that's the problem. She's running to her competition. She doesn't look like she gets tired. She just doesn't finish. And they tried taking her off Lasix last time after a couple of poor efforts where she finished off the board, and I think it worked. Now the question is, should they take the blinkers off Sugar Ride? I don't know if it matters because she just, again, she doesn't finish. She didn't finish when she didn't have the blinkers. She didn't finish that strong with the blinkers. But I think coming off Lasix did help a little bit. And now catches the suspect field where obviously on the blink looks like the horse to beat off the maiden win. But then again, it wasn't that great of a time with that maiden win. I don't know how good she is. Sugar Ride, I know she's good enough to beat these rivals. The question is, does she want to? Will she finish? Well, she got a third last time, and you look at the horses that were first and second, they were both drop downs. T.D. McGee was dropping, so was Clara Vidente. Obviously, they bet the crap out of Clara Vidente when T.D. McGee had the same form, so at least you got a better price between the two. Goes a little further today, 6 furlongs. Not a distance that she's gone a lot. It's been a while since she's gone 3/4, but at least she's had a few starts. You know, she's fit enough to go there. I could see her laying close in this race. You know, the pace, like I said, it does seem like some pace. Maybe they won't be as aggressive with Jay's Love with a change in rider. I don't think that's working out for that horse, being aggressive. On the Blink's got a little bit of speed, but not that much. Pasadilla Chanel's got a little speed, but not that much. You might find Sugar Ride on the front end, and maybe that's going to cure the issue of her not finishing. She's not passing horses late. Maybe the best option is to put her on the front end in a paceless, relatively paceless field. Now, I would think that they are going to be aggressive because there's 2 in here for the same barn. Thrills to No Bills would be more of the off the pace type, even though she's probably got enough speed to be close with these horses. But Oscar opts to go here, and I'm going to take a shot with Sugar Ride. Maybe that's the key. Maybe that's the key to the fact that she's not finishing and winning races, is to be on the front end. So let's put her on the front end. On the Blink, logical horse off the maiden win. And I don't have a problem with a low number in a sense because she was facing tougher before dropping to 5, and she did what she had to do against those rivals. Yeah, not the fastest of times, but they're 5,000 maidens. She may have to improve off of that to win. I don't know about the distance. I mean, she did try 3/4 at Gulfstream, but she's gone 5.5. But like Sugar Ride, you go 5.5 a few times, now you're fit enough to get that extra half furlong. And it's all about the trip anyway. If you're using a horse like you're using at 5.5 at 6 furlongs, you're going to get tired. If you relax the horse and make a run, sometimes they're better off going 3/4. Thrills to No Bills, logical horse, but again, thought the other Ronnie Breed was stronger even though she's higher odds. Maybe get a little more value with Sugar Ride. It's a positive sign that the jockey opted to go there. 5th race, scratch the 8, Grandma Gigi. You talk about a real head scratcher. A couple of these maidens, I mean, you got the 5th race for fillies and mares, and then the boys in the 6th race, so it makes it difficult. I like the start of this pick 4. You basically kind of got to do your homework a little bit. Some of these horses are well bred. Some of them, at least a few of them, have gotten some experience. While you don't know much about these firsters, you kind of want to watch the board to kind of see where the money's headed, because a lot of times, like every track, it kind of gives you a hint at whether the first-time starters are live or not. Or if you're on track, come take a look down by me in the paddock. We kind of get a good look at the horses coming in. That's one of the things that's great about being on track, especially with 2-year-old races and maiden races. You could go down to the paddock and right here live and get a better look at the horses where you don't have much time to see them, and you don't really get as good a view when you're watching them off track on TV. Could bring back live racing. I mean, on paper, come Monday, got the breeding, got the class, but it's coming off the turf. I do like, especially you kind of watch jockey moves. Louis Perez rode Rockstar Babe. He doesn't necessarily get off of Charlie Baker to ride Ferraro. And then he gets off speed walking the other Ferraro to ride come Monday. So basically, it's almost like Perez had his choice in here, and he opted to go with a new face. And to me, that's a big positive. And the horse looks good anyway. She's better bred. She comes out of a better class race, even though it's on the turf. She's by Independence Day out of Dam by Holy Bull. I mean, there's some turf there, obviously. But I think if she takes to the dirt, she's going to be awfully tough in here. You probably have to get a short price on her. And it's one of those races where you don't want to take a short price on her, but it is what it is. The 9 is playing on Broadway. I'm going to use her for second for a little bit of a price. She's 6-1 morning line. She started out against restricted 3-year-olds and then tried older the last couple, and she's running okay. She's just kind of getting a check every start. But she was also caught wide. It didn't really get the pace flow she needed last time either. I think this is a horse that's improving, as a lot of John Buckley horses do over the years. They get better, it seems like, as we get into the summer, and they've had a few starts. And I think that'll be the case with playing on Broadway. It's just a matter of getting the right kind of trip. And with 6-1, you don't mind putting her in the number. The 1 Rockstar Babe, yeah, she's only had 1 start. She did take some money in her debut. Maybe not as much as Come Monday did on the turf, but she did take some money, and she ran okay. I wouldn't say she showed anything that great in that race. She didn't have a great trip, and her first start was as a 4-year-old. This barn is hot. You can't throw anything out when you're talking about the Charlton Baker barn. Again, he had 2 more wins on Wednesday. He's winning at a pretty high percentage the last couple of weeks. I think my friend Rodney, the mailman's been cashing a lot of tickets lately because of it. Everybody's happy. I'm going to go with 2, 9, 1, and 6. Use Signal Chat for 4th. She kind of has a little rivalry going with playing on Broadway. All right, 6th race. Scratch the 1, King Lucky. Man, I had a lot to say about King Lucky. That was a really good-looking first-time starter for Dana Saul. But don't have to worry about her. I'll go with Always Packin' as my top choice. It'll probably be the favorite in this race, but she's a deserving favorite. You look at the races that she comes out of, she's cutting back in distance, and she didn't run that badly. I mean, she's running against, yes, they're maiden claimers, but she's going against maiden special weights here that are mostly New York breds. So technically, those are tougher maiden claiming races than our New York bred races here. So she's just got to keep her form, or he's got to keep his form, and that'll lead him to the winner's circle. Very well bred. I got him on top. Propitious, I'm going to use for second. Another one from the Ronnie Breed barn. Got Ronnie picked earlier, 1st and 3rd. Now this one took a lot of money in his debut, probably because the original connections was Miguel Clement. He sends a first-time star, sends anything here, they usually bet him. And they did. And to be honest, despite the bad break, this horse ran very well in his debut. Well, they tried him long last time and didn't really fire on a good racetrack. Maybe that's why they gave up on him. And I don't know if it was a private sale or just a change of trainers, but this one deserves another chance back in a sprint. Maybe didn't want the mile and maybe didn't like the off track, but he showed enough in his debut that you can't get off this horse. I mean, this horse certainly plays, and he's a good price at odds of 5-1. That's probably where he'll be. 7 Asset Manager is going to get bet in here, but the big question is, I mean, this owner wins all the time here. I think it was leading owner a few years ago here at Finger Lakes. I know they run a bunch in Saratoga too, but with Mike Ferraro and Charlie Baker. But it's been a long time away from the races for asset management, where he was going primarily long. So it almost looks like this is a tightener for him. Hard to say, because he's got the numbers to beat this field. And if somebody's going to win off a long layoff, it's probably Mike Ferraro. I do like the bullet work that he shows back in early June. He's a first-time gelding. He was gelded at some point since the last race. And I would think if this horse is sharp enough off on the return, he could beat this field. He's just got the numbers to beat the field. But it is a long time away, and as you know me, I don't like to pick horses off over a year layoff. Problem is they've been winning lately. And how about Call Saul? I know the race wasn't that good that this horse comes out of, but you talk about a horse making up a lot of ground. You don't see it because it didn't happen on your TV screen. I think Bill Downs, our race caller, caught it. He gave him a big call late. The Call Saul out of nowhere ended up closing. And he did. He closed a lot of ground because you needed a telescope to find this horse early in the race. And somehow he ended up third. I don't know how. It's probably the best rally of the season. It's one that you didn't see because it was so far back of the winner. The Speedster was much the best, no question. But this one came rolling. Now, if he improves off this race or is a little sharper out of the start and is in range, watch out. Jackie could get this one in gear and get the victory. I call Saul in the number. A really tricky read on this horse. Was it one of those things where he was far back, had a ton left, and was just past the tiring horses? Or is a horse that's just learning, got that start under his belt, showed a little talent by doing that, and will improve today? Those are the questions you got to ask if you're using Call Saul. Saul now Paul. Guess you have to know the Bible to understand that one. Seventh race, an allowance race going 6 furlongs. Good race. I mean, this is the non-winners of a state bred. Normally, I would just say Eddie Marie just beat similar last time. Should come right back and beat these type again. But it's a tougher field, so I'm unsure of that. But I liked her last time. I was kind of rewarded. They did better late to be a lukewarm favorite. But she got the trip that I thought that she would get, and Kevin did a really good job getting that kind of trip. And he fits this horse nicely. I mean, you got speed on the outside. Queen's over threes is really quick. She just seems to have lost a step, and at least she got out of the gate a little better. But you got some speed on the outside that Eddie Marie's got to be patient again like last time and sit that inside trip, same trip, and maybe can hit pay dirt again. I got her on top. Stunning Sugar was in that race. Her race was too bad to believe. I thought she'd be closer. I mean, I liked Eddie Marie anyway, but maybe draw a line through it. Her race off of the layoff was good. A good looking score, easy victory. May have bounced a little bit off of the race, but I can see her bouncing back here. I like the breeding. You got a Central Banker and Iron into Mischief on the other side. She plays, and I wouldn't overlook her. The 6th top of the table, this barn does get over bet here. Finger Lakes, she dominates New York. Linda Rice, a great trainer in New York and Saratoga, where she absolutely dominates. You always got a bet her. Here, that's not usually the case. And she hits the board a lot, but not necessarily wins. She puts them in the right spots. It looks like this is a good spot for this horse. It could be considered a slight drop from the one other than allowances there. But they got to take to the racetrack and run the same kind of form. She's got speed. She's got some tactical speed. I don't know if she wants to use it to get the lead over Queens over three, so may have to use a lot because it is 6 furlongs. Like her chances to be there. I use her for third. And the long shot would be the 1, Apollone Vitelli. I mean, she's better than she looks on paper. You look at the form on this horse. She ran a good second off of a long layoff. Only got beat a length by Zen Lu, who somehow stole the race. Then got caught wide, so you could draw a line through that one. And just like Stunning Sugar, didn't really run her race and got caught chasing wide last time. Again, if she runs back to her race off the layoff, she's going basically outside to inside. She figures to get a nicer trip and get into the number. I wouldn't overlook Apollonia Vitelli. Plus, it sounds Italian, so I got to use it. And speaking of horses that I just have to use, at least in my top three, maybe today's the day for Spicy Ticey. Let's hope so. I know Tamara Housel had a horse run the other day. I think it was Friday, I want to say. Ran at 51 to 1, ran a good second behind a heavy favorite that was just gone on the front. If there was any pressure up front, probably would have won. That was from an 11 post. So it was a horse that ran here, ran at Saratoga. They don't respect our horses there. They all run good. I don't know if Spicy Ticey's in that category. She's just kind of plodding along for 5,000. But she has a chance in here, and I used her second. And it is a questionable field in race number 8. You got some horses like Bustling Town and High End. They make big drops in classes, but they're very suspect as far as how good they are right now. Let's face it, High End, the 3-horse, is clearly bred for turf. And she's here trying to run on the dirt, and last time she caught the slop. So it'll be the first time on a fast dirt track. But I think the big thing is she's dropping to 5,000, and sometimes the surface doesn't matter when you're well bred and you're running for 5,000. But because of she's more bred for turf than the 2, Bustling Town isn't really bred for the turf. And her last couple starts against maiden claimers were on the turf. Sometimes that's an act of desperation when the horse isn't running very well at that level. The bigger act of desperation is sending them here for 5,000 after you ran for 50,000. But it may work out. I mean, she's a 4-year-old. She hasn't shown anything for 50, whether it's dirt or turf. Like I said, she's not bred at all for the turf. So I think the return to dirt should actually help. But the big thing is dropping to 5,000 might be enough to get the victory. It's well bred. The dam's a half to a couple stakes winners. It's a Majestic City. It should be tough in here. Spicy Ticey, hard to take her on top. She just kind of runs her race. But last race at 6 furlongs, she got part of the pace. She's got the rail today, so she might be part of the pace again. I don't see any real speedsters in this last race. You talk about 6 furlongs at this level, they're doing 47 and change to get the lead. So I think she could, of course she goes 40, probably something more like 48, but yeah, if you could do 47 and change from the rail, she's got a shot to hang around. West 17th also drops, but she was, I think that's their bottoms anyway at Delaware, the 7,500s, but she's competitive against their 7,500s. You could draw a line through the last race. That was a mile on the turf. Seems like this will be a good spot for her. I mean, this is a horse by Mendelssohn. Another horse that's extremely well bred. I don't know if that's necessarily a positive when they're running for 5, but the strong breeding on this horse overall. But they were running for 7,500, so it's not like they care about risking the claim for 5. So this might be the spot that she fits, because she didn't run at all against maiden special weights. I'll throw in the 3 high end on the drop in class for 4th. I really have mixed feelings on this horse. She ran well her first couple starts on the turf, but again, she's got really strong turf breeding. Then she tried this synthetic surface, ran good there. The only surface I'm questioning is really how she runs on the dirt. Although, I mean, it's really good breeding overall. I mean, you got McLean's Music, kind of a dam by Tisnow. Obviously, you think the horse wants to go a little further than the 6 furlongs, but she didn't really show anything last time either. So the drop in class should certainly help the chances of high end. But tricky last race. I mean, we got a few maidens today. Like a couple of those special weights earlier in the day. There's some good-looking first-time starters. You got horses that are well-bred. You might want to spread around a little bit if you're playing pick 4s and pick 5s in those races. Well, enjoy today's card. Hopefully we'll get some nicer weather. It's been cooler here in Western New York the last couple days. I think last night was the first night I didn't have the air conditioner on. That's how much cooler it is. Should be a factor today. We're running Monday through Wednesday this week. That means our next live racing day will be tomorrow with the 12:55 first post. And I'll see you then.
Horses coming on the track first race at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 3. Number 1 is Finalist and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2 is Almond Cider and Stephen Fred. Number 4, Lookin' Super, Michael DeVilla Jr. Number 5, Mayhem in the Palace, Oscar Gomez. Number 6, Double Shot, Joel Cruz. And number 7, Storm and Sammy, with jockey Jeremiah Flores aboard. Track is fast. First race in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 1 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go, 5.5 furlongs. Current favorite on the outside, number 7, Storm and Sammy at 3-2, 2-1 on number 5, Mayhem in the Palace. Both horses coming off of wins last time out. Mayhem in the Palace into line, double shot. Storm and Sammy to the outside. 6-5, Storm and Sammy. Now 3-5, Storm and Sammy. 5-2, Mayhem in the Palace. They're all in the gates. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Good start for Storm and Sammy, who dashes out for the lead. Almond Cider accompanies that one up the inside second. Then 4 lengths to Lookin' Super third. A gap of 3 to Mayhem in the Palace, who's 3 parts of a length in front of Finalist, who's about 3 lengths in front of Double Shot, who's at the tail of the field, half mile to go. It's Storm and Sammy who leads by 3 over Almond Cider, who defers in second. 2 more lengths back to Lookin' Super third. A similar margin of 2 to Mayhem in the Palace in fourth. 6.5 lengths off the lead. Then about 6 lengths to Double Shot is out of last. And Finalist trails. First quarter, 22 seconds. Fast pace at the front end being set by Storm and Sammy. Here's Lookin' Super and Mayhem in the Palace, 3 and 4 wide as Almond Cider battles on as they turn into the stretch. Storm and Sammy, but it's Mayhem in the Palace on the grandstand side, and Lookin' Super are closing in. 3 across the track, 1 furlong to go. Lookin' Super and Mayhem in the Palace are on the outside. They're first and second. Storm and Sammy back in third, and deep stretch. It's Lookin' Super. Lookin' Super at 9-2 wins the opener by 2.5. Mayhem in the Palace second. Storm and Sammy third. Double Shot fourth. First race official 4576 looking super pays $11.08 to win. Exacta $31.98, trifecta $12.80, dime super $5.80. To the winner's circle, number 4, looking super. Career win number 9 for this Florida bred 6-year-old beginning by Bucaro out of Super Trooper. Tim Murphy, owner trainer Michael Davila Jr., the winning jockey. Pamela Edel, bred looking super. Second race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in 20 minutes at 1:25 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2. Looking back at the first, that was Look at Super, consistent horse for Michael Davila, and the Murph is the Mad Bomber was right all in on Storm and Sammy, going off at odds of 1-2. That's really surprising, and Look at Super able to take advantage of that as far as price wise, with a 9-2 price tag on the first race. So pretty good start, and that was for the Murph. I don't think he gets too excited about these races. Second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer going 5.5. Really seems like you can narrow this race down too. I mean, you got Ann Mello and Runaway Roscoe. They ran together on June 10th. It was the first start of the year for Ann Mello. He got a little tired of chasing Let's Find Gold, who was a first-time starter. It wasn't like they went that fast, but it didn't seem like it didn't seem like he got tired. He just didn't want to pass the horse, and then he got passed late by Runaway Roscoe. Last race, yeah, he just didn't quite get there. It wasn't the greatest of tactics that day. And keep in mind, I know it's an 11-9, and it seems like a drop, but that race was easier than the 5,000 maiden that also ran that day. So that, you could tell by the time they went 109. So that was a glorified 5,000 maiden last time. Actually, probably worse race than it was the race before. It's basically a 5,000 maiden that won it. So if you're gauging him, don't go by that, because it is technically not a drop in class because of the easy race he comes out of. But either way, he certainly plays. Would like to see him be a little more aggressive and go to the front end today with a race that doesn't have a lot of speed in it, because you got Not My Type sent to the front for the first time last time in a race that didn't have a lot of speed and benefited from it at 3/4. So if that one doesn't have as much speed and Mello gets the front end, might be tough to catch him. I mean, Runaway Roscoe, if you remember, he had a good second behind a loose lead drop-down winner in Hoyty Maroney, but then ran into Cruising Cat. But the big thing with that race is he ducked over at the start and tried to jump the rail, and that's why the ninth place finish and losing by double digits. Draw a line through that race because of his behavior more than anything. His last race, though, wasn't as good. I mean, he did get caught wide, chased, and tired, so he's a little on the inconsistent side. But again, he ran a good second ahead of Van Mello the race before, going this distance at 5.5 furlongs. So definite threat in here. I mentioned Not My Type. I mean, it depends on this pace flow. He found another gear last time when going to the front end, when dropping back to 5,000. Probably the best race this horse has run since his beginning of his career when he was running against maiden special weights. Of course, he's still a maiden. He's had a lot of chances, but at least maybe they found something with being a little more aggressive last time. He still got caught at the wire by Army Proud, but that one did have some back class. So competitive 5,000 bottom maiden here for the second. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts here.
On the track for the second one is Chicago Charlie Chris Russell. There's the 2N Molo and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3 is Connor's Turn, Jackie Davis aboard. Number 4, Not My Type, Oscar Gomez. Number 5, Runaway Roscoe, Andre Worry. Number 6, Pauper King, Cabercoa up. And running out the field, number 7, 10, Run Rule, and John Barrios. Post time in a few. Free programs are available for download at fingerlakesgaming.com or go to the Finger Lakes Gaming Twitter page. And there's a link to the Monday Echo Base PPs with one of the Finger Lakes Gaming posts. You can find that Twitter page at FL Gaming. Don't forget that a week from today, we got our first free handicapping challenge of the season. Winner takes home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 receive prize money. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. You got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. That's the new rewards program here at Finger Lakes. It's free to join, so don't miss it. $1,000, first place, not too bad. Top 3 get money once again in our first free handicapping challenge of the season next Monday at Finger Lakes. Two minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate, race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 maiden claimers going 5 1/2 furlongs. Couple horses at 3-2 on the board. The 2 and Molo, and the 4 Not My Type. And Molo goes in. Connor's Turn, Not My Type. Runaway Roscoe, Pauper King, 10-run rule. Ten-run rule. Ten-run rule behind the gate. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Pauper King, Connor's Turn. Connor's Turn goes out for the lead, and Molo's up into second. Chicago Charlie third, Not My Type. 3 wide fourth, now up into third. Pauper King, 4 wide fifth, and a length and a half to Runaway Roscoe second last, who's a length in front of 10-run rule is at the back. Connor's Turn has a challenger inside, outside, outside Not My Type, and Molo at the fence getting shuffled third. Pauper King is in fourth, blinkers to the outside of Chicago Charlie, races in fifth in some traffic. 2 more lengths to Runaway Roscoe in second last, and 3 parts of a length to 10-run rule, who trails the field. Not My Type takes over from Connor's Turn with less than 5/16 to go, and Molo's in third and 4 lengths off the lead. Pauper King outside of him, Chicago Charlie fifth, and then it's Runaway Roscoe and 10-run rule as they turn into the stretch. Not My Type is homeward bound, has the lead by 3. Connor's Turn is fatigued, and Molo inherits second. And then it is Chicago Charlie and Runaway Roscoe, 16th to go. It's Not My Type who's on top by 4. Not My Type will break the maiden today. And Molo reports home in second. Runaway Roscoe third. Chicago Charlie fourth. 4251. Number 4, Not My Type First. 5.5. Timed in 107.13. Not My Type, official winner, $3 to win. New York bred, Not My Type. 6-year-old bay gelding by Catamize out of My Excess. Mike Sabine, owner, trainer, breeder. Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. Time Super, $1.65. Double, $29.16. Exacta, $7.14. Trifecta, $3.49. Third race at Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Pick 4 starts in this third race, 20 minutes, 1:56 scheduled post time for race 3 from Finger Lakes.
Okay, we're getting ready for race number 3, and money was right on Not My Type. Another one that went down to 1-2 as the speed. Well, he got away with a 47 half as Anmolo backed off him, trying to get off the rail, and it was over from there. Oscar Gomez, and didn't even break that sharp. Oscar had to really hustle him to get up there on the lead as he did break a step slow, but gets the victory. First win of the year for Michael Sabine in race number 2. Okay, third race, 5,000, never won 2 condition. We're going to start a pick 3 and a pick 4. It's the midday pick 4 in race number 3. Yeah, it's kind of like a now or never for well suited. He's been good going long or short. Does get a lot of seconds and thirds. He's 1 for 16, but has hit the board a lot, but against tougher. So he hits the 5,000 here. They're going to drop him and stretch him out, and that should be the key to the victory. This should be a lot easier, and it looks like he's going to be well situated too behind the speed. The speed comes from the inside, not today Governor, but I would expect Percy to play rabbit with that one and press early. So he might find himself with a perfect trip right in behind the speed. The 6 fast amendment, like I said, maybe Percy helps him out, ensures a fast pace. So he didn't quite get a quick enough pace last time, and did pick up some pieces, but really no impact as the winner was long gone. And it did a pretty decent time for that level. Anytime you go under 140 for a mile for 5,000 claimers, it's a pretty decent race. And like I say, he's had 2 straight in the money finishes to start off the season, but he's clearly at the mercy of the pace. But at least he's got his stablemate to ensure that early speed. Tap It Easy's been running well. He gets claimed and moves to a different barn, but he's done little wrong since starting this year. He was off a layoff since September, was no worse than 4th, and seems to be getting closer and closer. And that was his first time going long this year, and I thought ran very well. Renaissance Man could have ran the race of his life and got a perfect trip under Jackie Davis, and everybody else was settling for top 3 finishes, and this one ran well to be second. So hard not to use him, at least to be in the top 3 or 4, and could be a win threat with the right kind of trip. I can see it. I guess we're looking for anybody else in here. Like I said, I thought well suited with the drop should be tough. Fast amendment, if he could get a pace to run at. Tap It Easy looks like he could offer some value. The other one might be maybe not today. Governor showing some speed from the rail. If he could get the jump on Percy, maybe that makes him dangerous. Percy hasn't really shown much in his 2 starts this year. Maybe needed a couple starts to get himself going. Again, he's probably going to play presser in here to go with not today Governor early. That should help his stablemate out a lot. And the stablemate is taking some early play. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and Pick 4 starts with race number 3. Good luck.
Horses coming on the track. Race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Number 1, Not Today, Governor, and Jackie Davis. Number 2 is Well Suited with Luis Pena. Number 3, Tap It Easy, Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Gimme Gimme, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 5 is Percy and Luis Perez. And number 6, Fast Amendment, Cabercoa in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go, a mile 70 yards. Claimers, non-winners of 2. 6 to 5, number 2, well suited. 2 to 1, number 3. Tap it easy. 5 to 2 on number 6, Fast Amendment. Gimme, gimme. Percy. Fast Amendment to the outside. They're all on the gate, and they're off. Not the greatest start in the world for well suited. It's Not Today Governor who bounds out for the lead. Percy 3 wide. Gimme, gimme is in between horses in third. Tap it easy behind the speed in fourth. Well suited out of last. And about a length and a half in front of Fast Amendment, who brings up the rear. Not Today Governor has the rail and the lead by a half length over Gimme, gimme, who rates outside second. Percy 3 wide in third. Then it's Tap It Easy and Well Suited fourth and fifth. Both of those two about 2 off the lead, and 3 lengths to Fast Amendment, who's at the back of the pack. First quarter mile, 24 seconds, 4 across the track, up the backstretch. Tap It Easy now takes over the lead. Percy outside second, and then it's Gimme, gimme, and Not Today Governor third and fourth. Well suited, white blinkers in fifth, 4.5 lengths off the lead, and Fast Amendment is out of last, but will be 4 wide into the far turn. Now into the top 4 is Fast Amendment. They got about 3 furlongs to go. Tap It Easy leads by a length and a half. Percy nudged upon in second. Fast Amendment circles up outside in third. Now up into second. Well Suited will try and probe through at the fence. A length off the lead. And Well Suited gets through towards the rail. Fast Amendment continues that sustained rally on the outside. Tap It Easy relegated back to third. Percy fourth. They're in upper stretch. It's Well Suited who's set down for the drive. Fast Amendment attempts to pass on the outside second. They're clear by 8 over Tap It Easy and Percy. 16th to go. Well Suited digs in along the inside. Fast Amendment on the outside second. Well Suited. Fast Amendment. It's Well Suited victorious, defeating Fast Amendment. Then it was Percy and Tap It Easy. Two, 6, 5, 3, number 2, Well Suited first. Mile 70 yards at 145.75. Got a jockey objection, 6 versus 2. Unofficial second place horse versus the unofficial winner for alleged interference in the stretch. Jockey objection, 6 versus 2. Please hold all tickets. No change. No change in the order of finish. 2653, it will remain. Well suited. Kentucky bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by Uncle Mo out of Classic Fit. TSP Enterprises owns. John Grabowski trains. Luis Pena, the winning jockey. Godolphin bred, well suited. $3.64 the winning mutual. Daily double $7.46. Exacta $7.74. 50-cent try $6.07. Dime super $1.73. Fourth race from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 7, Aram Carliani. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Daily double late pick 5 wagering. Post time at 18 minutes 2:27. Scheduled post time. Claim out of the third. Number 2, well suited. Luis Rivera, new owner. Thalia Ricci, new trainer. Well suited. Claim out of the third.
All right, late pick 5 starts with race number 4, and no big surprises there. The two main contenders run 1-2. Well suited, able to hold off Fast Amendment. That was Luis Pena for trainer John Grabowski, former top rider here at Finger Lakes. Number 1-2 condition is the 4th, the 5,000 claimer, going 6 furlongs. And speaking of John Grabowski, his former horse, Sugar Ride, now in the hands of Ronnie Breed, might be the speed of the race here. I mean, this horse has speed. They're not really that aggressive with him. They took him off Lasix last time, and I think she really benefited from that. You see the 2 races that she ran with Lasix was her 2 worst recent races. So they took him off Lasix. Maybe take the blinkers off too might not be a bad idea. But today, Jay's Love is inside of her as the inside speed, but she's just as fast as that one if she wants to be. And because she doesn't finish, maybe be on the front line is where Sugar Ride needs to be. Either way, she's a top 3 threat, as consistent as they come as far as hitting the board, especially when she runs without Lasix. Now, I'm going to take a shot with her because she doesn't win that much. The 4 horse is on the blink. This one is going to be one of the favorites in here. She goes a little further today, 6 furlongs, than the last 3 starts where she's gone 5.5. But her first start at 5,000, which she dropped from the 11 to 9, was a successful one. She dominated that easier field. It's a little tougher going to the 2 lifetime from that 5. This is a Florida bred coming off, not the biggest in number, but she stays at the bottom level, and that's the big thing. Automatically makes her contender in this race. She's a 2-1. The other horse getting bet is the 5 Thrills with No Bill. She's actually taken more money than her stablemate, Sugar Ride, and that's how the morning line has it, so maybe that's correct. But Oscar Gomez did opt to ride Sugar Ride over this one, as she just doesn't have the numbers. But if a pace does develop, look for Thrills with No Bills to have some late impact, but it doesn't seem to be a lot of speed for her to close on late. But she's going to get some action, it looks like, as she's the co-favorite at odds of 2-1. Out of the Cloud is the 3 horse. She's more of an underneath horse, but this is probably the easiest field she's faced. Notice, was mentioned this about Sugar Ride. Sugar Ride comes out of the best race, and so does Out of the Cloud. That race was won by top 2 or drop downs. You're talking about T.D. McGee and Clara Vedette. They both were dropping down from 11 to 9, and this is a much softer group. So her to run 3rd, as Sugar Ride did that day, by 3.5 lengths, that's good enough to beat this field. And Out of the Cloud isn't out of this one because she comes out of that good race as well. She just had too many chances. She's 1 for 35 in her career. Like the rider change on the 1, Jay's Love. I think they're too aggressive with this horse, and that's why she's stopping. It did work out for one of the races that she did win, but since then she's just chasing. But from the rail, it'd be interesting to see what the tactics will be with the rider change with Jay's Love. Again, there's not a lot of speed outside of her. I actually thought Sugar Ride might be the one to get the front end. Exactitry Super Daily Double, and the late pick 5 starts with race number 4. Good luck.
Coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 7. Number 1 is Jay's Love and Chris Russell. Number 2, Sugar Ride, Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Out of the Cloud, Michael Davila Jr. Number 4, On the Blink, Caber Koa. There's the 6, Pesadilla Chanel and Ramon Mulero. And there's the 5, Thrills with No Bills, Jackie Davis. The riding assignment. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 fillies and mares to go 6 furlongs. 7 to 5, number 5, Thrills with No Bills. 2 to 1 on number 2, Sugar Ride. 7 to 2 on number 4, On the Blink. Loading up for race number 4, start of the late pick 5. Out of the Cloud goes in, On the Blink. And Pesadilla Chanel to the outside. Pesadilla Chanel walking up and going in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Pesadilla Chanel streaks out for the early lead, On the Blink. Flashing early speed. Then it's Thrills with No Bills. Here's Jay's Love at the fence in 5th, up into 3rd. And then it's Sugar Ride, improving in between horses in 4th, 3 off the lead. Thrills with No Bills, 4 wide 5th, and 2.5 to Out of the Cloud, who trails the field. Pesadilla Chanel has a lead by 3 parts of a length over Jay's Love in 2nd. On the Blink in contention in 3rd, 2 lengths off the lead. And then in 4th, that is Sugar Ride. Followed up next by Thrills with No Bills, who's about 7 lengths off the lead, and 5 lengths to Out of the Cloud, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Pesadilla Chanel is opened up by 3.5 lengths. Sugar Ride is now into 2nd and cutting into the margin. A few more lengths back to the others. On the Blink is to the inside of Thrills with No Bills. Then it's Jay's Love towards the rail. They got 3/16 to go. Pesadilla Chanel on top. The lead's 3 lengths. Sugar Ride under a busy ride by Jockey Gomez in 2nd. Then it's Thrills with No Bills in deep stretch. It's Pesadilla Chanel going from gate to wire in front. Thrills with No Bills 2nd. Sugar Ride 3rd. Jay's Love 4th. 6521, number 6, Pesadilla Chanel first. 6 furlongs, 112.86. In the winner's circle, number 6, Pesadilla Chanel. New York bred, 5-year-old Doc Brown mare by Jimmy Creed out of Unfazed. Luis Huertas and Elime Marino, the owners. Nurka Huertas is the trainer. And Ramon Mulero, the winning jockey. I was looking up Ramon's name on Equibase, and then I got a call to confirm it. It's his first career win as a jockey, at least in North America. Congratulations to Ramon Mulero. First win. $15.02 the winning mutual. You saw the prices. We'll move on to race number 5. Scratch number 8, Grandma Gigi. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick for wagering. Post time, race number 5 in about 22 minutes at 3:01 p.m.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 5, and got a congratulations to Ramon Malero. First career win as a jockey. I think it was only his 11th start as a jockey, but congratulations. He got that horse to the front end, got away with a 23 first quarter, and it was lights out from there. Nurka Huertas, the winning trainer in race number 4. Remember, Nurka lit up the board we ran on Wednesday last week with Mr. Einstein. Stole that race at a big price, only 28 to 1. Well, that one was a pretty good price as well. But congratulations to Ramon Malero. I'm sure he got a little bit of an ice bath after that race, getting that first victory. All right, let's look at the 5th. These are maidens, fillies and mares. You do have a few first-time starters in here. I'll go through some of the contenders. We do scratch the 8, Grandma Gigi. Come Monday is actually making her second start. She's an Independence Hall. I mean, Holy Bull on the dam side. I mean, there's some turf there, but she's coming off the turf in her first start where she's chasing a 21 and a 44 in New York, and they came home in 108 and change. You're not gonna see that kind of a time here. We go slower than that for 5.5 with our maiden claimers, but you got to figure. Come on day, Luis Perez had his choice. He opts to ride here, and certainly playable. Our special weights aren't as tough as those maiden 50,000s in New York. Now, the one Rockstar Babe was the one Perez rode last time. Did take some early money in that race. Went off at odds of 6 to 1, but ran okay. Any improvement from that race is she didn't have the greatest of trips. Puts her right there. She's making her second start, and being on the rails shouldn't be an issue now that she's making her second start. But Rockstar Babe, a logical contender with any improvement. Those are the only two really getting any kind of early action. You see some big prices on the board. The only other one getting some play is the 3 American Purple. That's the other Mike Ferraro trainee. This one makes the first start for Matisse Racing Stables, no relation. But this one does have some decent work. Always like to see a 6 furlong work leading up to a race. That's one thing that Ferraro's patented with his young horses. And this one should be fit enough for that first career start. This is the other firster is the 7, well documented. This one's out of a dam by Nyquist. This is the first foal of that unraced dam by Good Magic, so probably wants to go a little further than the 6 furlongs, but some decent works for that one's first career start, but a little cold on the board at odds of 21 to 1. Now, Signal Chad and Playing on Broadway are familiar with each other. Kind of like Playing on Broadway a little bit better than the other one. She's always close at 5.5 furlongs. She goes a little further today, 6 furlongs, and that might actually be a good thing for this horse. She's a sit and pounce type horse, and maybe she'll be in good position to at least be a top 3 threat in race number 5. Interesting maiden event. No real standouts in here. A lot of question marks. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts in here. We do scratch the 8, Grandma Gigi.
Coming on the track, race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Rockstar Babe and Andre Worry. Number 2, Come Monday, Luis Perez. Number 3, American Purple, Caber Koa. Number 4, Vermont Blue and Michael Davila Jr. Number 5, Recorded Time and Stephen Frett. Number 6, Signal Chat and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 7, Well Documented, Oscar Gomez up. Scratch the 8, number 9, Playing on Broadway, Kevin Navarro, the riding assignment. Number 10 is Practically Summer and GM Rohina. And number 11, Speed Walking, Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for race number 5. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the starting gate, race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 10 fillies and mares to go 6 furlongs. 5-2 on the 2 come Monday. 5-2 on number 3, American Purple. American Purple, one of 3 first-time starters in here. Third choice at 4-1, number 9, Playing on Broadway. Loading up for race number 5. Well documented going up. Playing on Broadway. Practically Summer and Speed Walking. Speed Walking going up and in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Playing on Broadway wins the break and fires out for the lead. Recorded time, flashing early speed. Here's Vermont Blue and American Purple. Vermont Blue, American Purple first and second. Recorded time outside third. Playing on Broadway fourth. 2 lengths come Monday towards the fence in fifth. Then in sixth, that is Speed Walking. A length to Practically Summer to the outside of Signal Chat. And then 3 lengths back to Rockstar Babe, who's about 8 lengths in front of Well Documented, who's in the 10th and trailing position. Onto the turn. Vermont Blue has a lead by a length and a half. Recorded time, prompting outside second. American Purple drops back, losing third to Playing on Broadway. Come Mondays in fifth and 6.5 lengths off the lead. Practically Summer and Speed Walking are next, followed up by Signal Chat and Rockstar Babe as they turn into the home stretch. Vermont Blue, one of the first-time starters, has a lead. The lead's about 6. Recorded time is fully extended. Playing on Broadway's towards the rail in third. A few more lengths back to come Monday fourth. 16th to go. It's Vermont Blue crushing the competition. Vermont Blue and Davila win by 10. Recorded time second. Then it was Playing on Broadway and Signal Chat. 4596. Number 4, Vermont Blue first. 6 furlongs, 111.91. Fifth race official. Vermont Blue pays $24.02 to win. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $1,710.65. Double $125.38. Exacta 526.70. Dime Super $906.27. Pick 3, $108.88. Trifecta $429.81. Back to the winner's circle. Number 4, Vermont Blue. Florida bred, 3-year-old bay filly by Gervin out of Blueski. Seth Gardner, the owner. Tim Murphy, the trainer. Michael Davila Jr., the winning jockey. 2 wins in the card for Davila and Murphy. Gem Racing bred, Vermont Blue. 6 race at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, King Lucky. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 6 in about 24 minutes at 3:37 p.m. If you're free next Monday, come out to Finger Lakes. Free handicapping challenge. First one of the season, $1,000 in cash for the winner. Top 3 finishers receive prize money. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. And you got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. Don't miss it. Handicapping challenge / contest. Monday, July 27th here at Finger Lakes.
All right, got 10 minutes to post for the sixth race. Looking back at the fifth, Vermont Blue, first-time starter for trainer Tim Murphy, dominates. I mean, there were no anxious moments. Gets the victory under Michael Davila, eventually got the front and just did not look back. Had a big long shot for second. Julius Ashley's recorded time really made that a big payer. Stephen Fred aboard, recorded time. How about that exacta? Vermont Blue at 13-1 with a 31-1 recorded time. But good looking firster was Vermont Blue. All right, let's go to the six. We scratched the one. King Lucky. We'll look at some of the contenders in here. Start with a 5. Always Packing will be making his first Finger Lakes start. Actually showed some signs of life after a couple bad starts. Well, one of the race was in the slop, the other in the turf, and finally got a fast dirt track last time. Stretched out to the longest distance he's ever been and ran decently. He was the one that set the pace before fading. So he cuts back in distance and then moves to face our maiden special weight. Should be easier, and see if he can stay within range. He figures to be one of the major players in this race. Right now he's at 2-1. The 8 is Propitious, who might be overlooked in here after taking a lot of money in his debut for Miguel Clement. He came in here and, well, they always bet those connections, but he broke poorly in that race, and that really cost him, except considering he was the first-time starter. Last race they tried going longer, a mile, didn't work out. Now he cuts back in distance, now in the Ronnie Breed barn. But I don't think you should overlook this horse, considering if you liked him at 4-5 in his debut, you got to think he's got a shot today, cutting back and sprinting against the same type of horses. He's right now at odds of 11-1, which is a good price. The tricky read is the 7, Asset Management. Now this one should be listed as a first-time gelding. He has been gelded since his last start. It was a long time ago. That was back in March of 2025. He ran second against restricted 3-year-olds, but his numbers are better than these. And those are mostly going long, but it is a good sign that he worked pretty quick back on June 3rd with a pretty good 3-furlong work. So he's capable. It's just a real tricky read when you're talking about over a year layoff, cutting back in distance, gelded first time, a lot of ifs with Asset Management. Numbers-wise, he's just better than these horses if he can remember them. Another interesting one is you got to watch the replay on the 3, Call Saul. I mean, this one, in his first career start, just had no early speed whatsoever. You needed a telescope to find him behind the pack. He made up a ton of ground late to end up running third. I mean, if he can get a little more interest in the early part of the race and have that kind of kick late today and improve off of that race, Call Saul might find himself in the winner's circle. But it's one of the better late rallies I've seen here. Maybe some of the horses were tired that he's passing and it was kind of off the screen because he was no threat to the winner. But he still made up a ton of ground in the late stages of that race on June 29th. Those are some of the contenders here for pretty good maiden race, race number 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts. Again, scratch the 1, King Lucky.
Horses coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 1. Number 2 is King Solomon and J.M. Bruhina. Number 3 is, well, we'll go to the 4, Malcolm's Rush and Joel Cruz. Number 5 is Always Packin' and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 6, Strongest Link, Oscar Gomez, the rider. Number 7 is Acid Management and Cabercoa. Number 8, Propitious, Andre Worry. Number 9, King Silky Melky, Chris Russell. Number 10, Shady Voting, Luis Pena. And there's the 3, Call Saul, Jackie Davis. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Approach the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 9 to go 6 furlongs. Maidens, 8 to 5, number 7. Acid Management. Been off since March of 2025. 3 to 1 on number 2, King Solomon. Had his best performance of the year last time out, finishing second. And 7 to 2 on number 5, Always Packin'. First time at Finger Lakes for Always Packin'. Propitious. King Silky Melky. And Shady Voting to the outside. They're all in the gate. Malcolm's Rush fractious. And they're off. Not a good start for Malcolm's Rush, who's last. It's Acid Management, King Solomon and Shady Voting now first and second. Acid Management and Always Packin' third and fourth. King Selky Melky fifth, and about 8 lengths off the lead. As its strongest link is towards the inside. Propitious is in between horses. Call Saul's in second last and about 13 lengths off the lead. Then about 8 lengths to the trailer, Malcolm's Rush, who trails the field. King Solomon into the turn. Has a lead by a half length over Shady Voting second. First quarter mile, 22 3/5, and Shady Voting is blowing the turn. It's Always Packin', who now attacks on the outside in second. Then about 5 lengths back to Acid Management in third. 3 lengths to Propitious in fourth. And then it's King Silky Melky, strongest link. Call Saul's in seventh as they turn into the stretch. Always Packin' takes over from King Solomon. Acid Management bearing down on the outside, and it's Acid Management who overhauls Always Packin' in mid-stretch. And it's Acid Management drawing clear of the 16th pole. Acid Management off the long layoff wins by about 2. Always Packin' second, Propitious third, King Solomon fourth. Stewards are going to post the inquiry, so I'm going to take a look at what happened with the 10 Shady Voting, who kind of bolted on the turn. But Stewart's going to take a look at that. Stewart's inquiry into race 6. Unofficially, 7582. Number 7, Acid Management. Was first. No action taken. Back to the winner's circle, number 7, Acid Management. New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Central Banker out of In Demand. Happy Face Racing Stable owns. Michael Ferrero trains. Cabercoa, the winning jockey. Saratoga Glen Farm bred Acid Management. $5.36, the winning mutual. Double, $72.96. Exacta, $21.04. Trifecta, $24.45. Super, $15.61. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $424 even. 7th race at Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and late daily double wagering. Post time for race number 7 in about 21 minutes at 4:08 p.m.
All right, coming up on race number 7, and despite the layoff, no doubt about it, Asset Management looked good in victory. Caber Koa, Michael S. Ferraro, Happy Face Racing Stable. They do win at a high percentage here at Finger Lakes. Just had a win when they had one in the other day. So long layoff, no problem. Asset Management, much the best in race number 6. Okay, 2 races to go on this Monday card. This is an allowance race going 6 furlongs, and really Eddie Marie beat a similar field last time in that allowance condition. You might even make a case that it was slightly tougher, but he drew away. He got the trip that you expected him to get from the inside, but he could get a similar trip today. I mean, you got some speed outside of him with Queens over 3s, Top of the Table, and Lady Serenity all have tactical speed, natural speed, and even though he's pretty versatile, he does have tactical speed also. I think how they rode him last time behind the 45 worked out perfectly. Kevin did a good job, and when the run-in started, he just drew away from that field. Similar trip today could get him a similar result, because this field isn't any tougher than the field that she just beat last time going the same distance. So she's a logical horse, and right now she's at odds of 2-1. Another horse that comes out of that same race didn't fire at all. I'll talk about the 3, Stunning Sugar. She won the 3 Lifetime, so she went in that conditional allowance last time against Eddie Marie, and she's in again. She's still eligible for the 4 Lifetime because she didn't win that race. Eddie Marie, of course, getting her 4th win in that condition. But Stunning Sugar's previous race off of the layoff was very good. She got a good number for the race and was able to sit a nice trip. Last race didn't work out the same. She's chasing that 45. I would expect her to run better than she did last time to bounce back. Can she turn the tables on Eddie Marie? She'd have to run a lot better than she did last time if she's able to do so. But she's a good long shot to use in the top 3, especially if you think she's going to bounce back from the poor effort that she had last time. And that's just what it is. She just didn't fire last time, and it just didn't work out. I think she's better than that. She's shown some talent last year as a 3-year-old, and she's only making her 3rd start as a 4-year-old, so maybe you could forgive a race for Stunning Sugar. An interesting one is the new face here. That's the 6, Top of the Table. She's also a 3-time winner. You got a few of them in here. That's why I said, Eddie Marie in that conditional allowance included 4 Lifetimes. There's a bunch of 4 Lifetimes in here, so it really is the same type of field in this one state bred that she beat in the 4 Lifetime last time. So you got to think that she's going to be awfully tough. Now, Top of the Table is coming out of the one other than state breds in New York, so this is a lot easier than their one other than, even though it's a conditional you get some 2 Lifetimes in there. She's hit the board against those tougher fields. This should be a little easier, and she should be very competitive. I see the Kitten's Joy on the dam side, so you would think that she would prefer the turf, but she really didn't fire on the turf when she recently ran. She does have 1 win of her 3 starts on the turf, and it seems like that's what she's bred for, but her recent numbers are good on the dirt, and she certainly plays in this race, and she's currently at odds of 5-2. Other horses to consider in here, you got the 1, Apollonia Vitelli, who I thought was a good long shot as well. I expected Stunning Sugar to get a little more bet than what she is, but if you look at Apollonia Vitelli's 3 starts this year, the first one was off a long layoff, and she ran a solid 2nd that day. It was an easier field than this one, but she still ran a big race. Her next start, she didn't get a great trip. She was chasing wide, and she ended up finishing off the board. And she lost a few lengths to Eddie Marie, but wasn't far behind the 2nd place horse in that condition. So she's more of the closer type in here. She will be at the mercy of the pace in a sense, but if the pace does develop up front, it does look like there's a possibility of a good pace up front coming from the outside. You have 3 horses on the outside that all have speed. I mean, that's really what Queens over 3s does. She's the best when she gets the lead. Lady Serenity likes to be on the front line, and so does the Linda Rice trainee, Top of the Table. that could bode well for a horse like Apollina Vitelli trying to close ground late. And you're going to get a nice price on her if you're backing her. She's currently at odds of 8-1. So 5 minutes of post, race number 7. They're about to go on the track for this race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here.
Fillies and mares coming on the track. 7th race, Finger Lakes. Number 1, Apollonia Vitelli and Jackie Davis. Number 2, Eddie Marie, Kevin Navarro. Number 3, Stunning Sugar with Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Mischievous Trick, Cabercoa. Number 5, La Indecente and Luis Perez. Number 6, Top of the Table and Andre Worry. Number 7 is Lady Serenity and Raylu Gutierrez. And number 8, Queens over Threes. And Teme Alpander aboard. Post time in just a few. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race 7 from Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares going 6 furlongs, 6 furlongs, 3/4 of a mile, if you will, the distance. Glancing at the tote board, 3-2 on number 2, Eddie Marie, a smashing winner last time out. 5-2 on number 6, Top of the Table, who was second at Aqueduct last time out, back in late March for trainer Linda Rice. And 4-1 on the 7, Lady Serenity, who cruised to a win against Condition Claimers in her last start, a gate-to-wire victory. Stunning Sugar, yellow and black silks worn by Flores up into line. Mischievous Trick. La Indecente. Top of the Table. Lady Serenity. Queens over 3s. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Slight hop at the start, Lady Serenity. It's Queens over 3s who jets out for the lead, as Lady Serenity outside of Queens over 3s now contending for the top spot and gets that lead. Third place, Stunning Sugar. Eddie Marie towards the inside 4, 3 parts for length back. Mischievous Trick in 5th. Top of the table, outside 6, 9 or 10 lengths off the lead. A half length to Apollonia Vitelli towards the inside in second last. And 4 lengths to La Indecente, who trails the field. Lady Serenity, first quarter mile, drilled in 20. 22 2/5. Queens over threes in pursuit in second. Eddie Marie tries to sneak on through towards the inside in third. Mischievous Trick now charges up to the outside fourth. Stunning Sugar trying to keep position in fifth. Then 4 lengths to Apollonia Vitelli to the inside at top of the table. And many lengths back to La Indecente, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. As it's Lady Serenity, it comes off the turn by a length and a half. Eddie Marie and Mischievous Trick are contending on the outside, and Mischievous Trick is the one on the outside now striking the front. Eddie Marie attempted to change leads, finally gets on track. Lady Serenity back in third, in deep stretch. Mischievous Trick and Eddie Marie. Here comes the winning line. Mischievous Trick, give Koa 2 on the card. Eddie Marie second, close for third. La Indecente flew late to get in that photo with Lady Serenity for the third spot. Four, two, five, seven. La Indecente got third. Seventh race is official. Mischievous Trick, 2 wins in a row. New York bred, 4-year-old Dark Brown Filly by Practical Joke out of Sweet Slam. Eddie F's Racing owns. M. Anthony Ferrero trains. Caper Koa with a riding double today. Sugar Maple Farm bred Mischievous Trick. $11.32 the winning mutual. Double $33.68, exactly $24.28. Trifecta $72.37. Dime Super $58.53. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 4, My Gorgeous. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta wagering. Post time in 19 minutes at 4:38 p.m.
All right, that was Mischievous Trick getting the victory in race number 7. We are coming to the last race of the day. Just a reminder, we are open for live racing Monday through Wednesday, so we'll continue live racing tomorrow. 8-race card with a 12:55 first post. Scratch the 4, My Gorgeous, out of this last race, and somebody is going to win race number 8. A lot of question marks with this last race. Got a couple new faces, Bustling Town and High End, and both of them have their positives and negatives. They both drop in class. You got High End dropping from a maiden special weight after not firing in the slop, first time on a dirt course. You got Bustling Town going from turf to dirt and also dropping from 50,000 to 5,000. That's like 10% of what she was running against. So you got to think that the drop alone could wake this horse up. She's a 4-year-old filly. The dam is a half to 2 stakes winners. She hasn't shown anything in 3 starts. Didn't beat a horse in her debut and only beat a few horses in her next 2 starts on the turf. Well, the positive is she's not really bred for the turf. So going to the dirt shouldn't be an issue for Bustling Town. And the big thing is dropping all the way to the bottom to face 5,000 claimers for the legendary H. James Bond. The 3 High End, yeah, she takes a huge drop. She's very well bred. McLean's Music out of a dam by Tisnow, but it is turf on that dam side. And you think of the first 2 starts on the turf, they're actually pretty good. And then she ran second on the synthetic. Well, last race was in the slop, so you really can't gauge anything from that. And she's got some serious class relief here, dropping all the way to 5,000. She's going to get some play, but she's really a tricky read. I mean that's you could go either way with High End, whether she fires here or not. But it was a positive sign. Michael S. Ferraro had one earlier with Happy Face Racing Stable that had been off over a year and still was able to beat an easier field. So would be no surprise in the last. Spicy Ticey, I got to use, of course, I like the name. She dropped to 5,000. She comes out of a couple slow races. I mean, the last race went in 1:15, where she ended up finished second. But that's kind of misleading, too. It was a very slow, tiring racetrack on June 2nd. Inside speed was terrible. That's the positive for her. The negative is she went 48 on the front end, even on a slow racetrack. She still has no excuse, even though inside speed was terrible. But the other positive is the horse that was third came back to win out of that race. So she's a logical horse, at least to hit the board. She's got the inside, and looks like with a lot of question marks on some of these other horses that she might be the one to key off of as far as expecting her to be in the number. The 7 West 17th is another one comes off the turf. Got 3 of them coming off the turf. Well, High End second start off of the synthetic, but 2 of the other ones had run on turf in their past. West 17th was running at the bottom at Delaware against the 7500s and running competitively against the 75s. She tried going long on the turf against higher ups, against the 16s, and just didn't fire. It was too tough. So she drops here and cuts back in distance. So she should be more of a player in this spot than her previous spot. And if she runs back to her races at Delaware against the 7500s, figures to put her right in the mix against these rivals. Well, those are a few of the main contenders in the final race of the day. Again, we scratched the 4, My Gorgeous, Exacta Try, and Super Offered in race number 8.
Horses are coming on the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 4. Number 1 is Spicy Ticey and Cabercoa. Number 2 is Bustling Town and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 3 is High End, Luis Pena. Number 5, Lady of Murcia, Kevin Navarro. Number 6, Capo Diamante and Oscar Gomez. Number 7, West 17th and Jackie Davis. Number 8 is Volamo, Joel Cruz. And last but not least, number 9, Lady Meringue and Andre Worry. Post time in a few. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go 6 furlongs, maiden claimers. Battle for favoritism. 3 of the 8 between 2 to 1 and 5 to 2 on the board. The inside 3, Spicy Ticey, Bustling Town, and High End. Spicy Ticey, the first to go up. High End into the gate. Capo da Monte, West 17th. Volamo. And Lady Meringue to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Lady Meringue who's aggressive out of the starting gates. Spicy Ticey flashing early speed towards the inside in second. Capo da Monte races in third. And then it's Bustling Town trying to probe through at the fence in fourth. Volamo outside fifth. Lady of Mercy in amongst horses sixth. West 17th in seventh. And then about, 15 lengths to the trailer. And that is High End. First quarter mile, 23 seconds. Entry into the turn. Lady Meringue has the lead. Volamo comes to engage outside in second. Spicy Ticey still towards the inside in third. Half length back to Bustling Town, challenging in fourth, now up into third. A length and a half off the lead is Bustling Town. Fifth place, Lady of Mercy at 3.5 to West 17th, who's 4 lengths in front of Capo di Monte. And High End still at the back of the pack as they reach the top of the home stretch. And it's Volamo who comes off the turn, leading by a length. Bustling Town, the danger on the outside second. Spicy Ticey third. Lady of Mercy a stand side fourth. 1 furlong to go. Volamo digs in along the inside. Bustling Town to the outside second. 70 yards to go. Volamo and Bustling Town. Volamo, Bustling Town. Volamo holds over Bustling Town. Spicy Ticey third. Lady of Mercy a fourth. Stewart's inquiry into the start of the race. Stewart's inquiry, please hold all tickets. 8251, Velamo to the winner's circle. New York Red, 3-year-old gray filly by Volatile. Adamo Promise, James Aquilano, owner trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Stephen Linden, Edward Persad, and Rick Allen bred Velamo. No action was taken. Stewart's ruled that the 3 high end caused her own problem at the start. And did receive a fair beginning. No action taken. 8215. 6 furlongs, 113.58. Don't forget, next Monday, free handicapping contest here at Finger Lakes, $1,000 first prize. Top 3 finishers get prize money. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Just got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. There's the official side, $12.86 the winning mutual. Double $79.26, exacta $68.88. Try $68.79. Dime super $43.20. Pick 3 $78.02. Pick 4 $962.32. Pick 5 5 of 5 $9,033.96. Eighth race is the last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. They're not up already. They'll be up soon. Programs for the Tuesday card at Finger Lakes available at fingerlakesgaming.com. We'll have an 8-race card, I believe, tomorrow. First post 12:55 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.